The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the gentleman of 25th, Douglas Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dearest Lord, thank you for bringing us all together here safely today. Lord, be with us today and grant us the wisdom to govern fairly, justly, and to glorify you. Also, Lord, grant us the humility, humbleness, and compassion to love each other as you love us. Lord, be with us as we all go home for this Easter weekend to be with our friends, family, that we all arrive safely. But also, Lord, thank you for all of your blessings, seen and unseen. And most of all, Lord, thank you for sending your Son to die for us, that we may have everlasting life. In Jesus' holy name we pray. Amen.
Members and guests will remain standing. We'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman of 36, Douglas Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please join me in honoring the greatest country in the history of the world, the United States of America, with our Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Thursday, April 1st, 2021.
Gentleman of 44th, Douglas Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman of 44th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Introduction, Lady 49th for a calendar update.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On third reading, special calendar, committee substitute for House Bill 2022 has been placed at the foot of the calendar.
Introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Gombrach from Charleston, West Virginia. If the House would please make the doctor welcome.
Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 387 relating to drug screening of applicants for cash assistance. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 334 establishing license application process for needle exchange programs and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 509, removing the requirement that determination of medical stability be found prior to admission to mental health facility, reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bills will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Energy and Manufacturing has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 492, establishing a program for bonding to reclaim abandoned wind and solar generation facilities. It's reported with the recommendation that it do pass.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 668, creating Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 671, appointing Director of Office of Emergency Medical Services, reports the same back with the recommendation that each be adopted.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select. There are.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 4, Private First Class Herman Harold Lucas Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 10, Big Jim Schaefer Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 11, Thomas Brothers Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 18, Daniel Oki Cunningham Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 19, United States Army Private Dallas H. Johnson World War II Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 28, Paul J. Hoff Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 34, declaring the pepperoni roll to be the official state food of West Virginia, House Concurrent Resolution 40, Guy Maywood Edwards Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 41, Halstead Brothers World War II Veterans Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 44, Timothy Wayne Farley Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 46, United States Navy Ferris Burton Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 47, Spec 5 Terry Lee McClanahan Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 51, United States Army Private Elmo Davis Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 52, World War II Veterans Toothman Brothers Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 58, Colton Red Haney Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 60, Corporal Billy F. Mann Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 66, Officer Cassie Johnson, Fallen Heroes Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 67, Roy E. Givens Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 71, Dr. Enrique and Mrs. Sally H. Aguilar Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 75, United States Army Corporal Charles William Bill Knight Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 76, United States Navy Seaman First Class Byrne Lee Singleton Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 77, Elmer Goutford Memorial Road, House Concurrent Resolution 85, World War II Veterans Toothman Brothers Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 88, study the recruitment and retention of healthcare workers in West Virginia, and House Concurrent Resolution 87, study resolution regarding courtesy patrol submitting billing for reimbursement in certain instances, reports the same back with the recommendation that each be adopted.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Message from the executive. Message from the Senate. Do we have, what do we have?
86. Leave that one more.
House Concurrent Resolution 86, study the recruitment and retention of healthcare workers in West Virginia. It reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted.
That report will also be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? Okay, message from the Senate.
The Senate has adopted without amendment the following House concurrent resolutions. House Concurrent Resolution 8, United States Army Sergeant First Class Guy Hively Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 16, Private First Class Franklin D. Fraser Memorial Road. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 22, Bill Odell Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 25, William Edward Freese Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 27, Harvey Lemasters Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 32 to name Gatewood Road in Fayette County as the Senator Shirley Love Memorial Road. House Concurrent Resolution 33, Norman A. and Carrie G. Silver Memorial Bridge. And committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 43, United States Army Hugh H. Smokey Stover Memorial Road.
The message will be received.
The Senate has adopted the following Senate concurrent resolutions and requests concurrence of the House in the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 17, United States Marine Corps Captain Dempsey Stowers Memorial Bridge. Senate Concurrent Resolution 18, Curtis Papp and Millie Mammy Ashbury Memorial Bridge. Senate Concurrent Resolution 19, United States Army Staff Sergeant Ellison M. Kuhn Memorial Bridge. Senate Concurrent Resolution 21, United States Army Sergeant Charles L. Toppings Memorial Road. Senate Concurrent Resolution 27, Walker Brothers Veterans Memorial Bridge. Senate Concurrent Resolution 31, Fry Brothers Veterans Memorial Bridge. Senate Concurrent Resolution 32, Cox Brothers Veteran Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 34, United States Air Force Tech Sergeant Franklin A. Bradford Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 37, Nitro World War I Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 39, home of Nick Saban. Senate Concurrent Resolution 44, Harrison County Veterans Memorial Bridge. And Senate Concurrent Resolution 48, United States Army Private First Class Billy Keith Ford Memorial Bridge.
The message will be received. Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. For what purpose does the gentleman on the 15th, Douglas Foster, seek recognition?
Point of inquiry.
Gentleman may state the point.
The reviewing the Committee on Rules report, there were no Senate resolutions that reported out of the Committee on Rules. What was the reason they didn't report out?
The committee report, as the chair doesn't have a copy of it up here, but I believe the committee reported out all the resolutions that were adopted by the committee.
So the Senate the Senate resolutions were not adopted this morning.
Correct. Gentleman is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Are there further messages from the Senate? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 19, amending House Rule 65, relating to the daily order of business.
Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reference be dispensed with and that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption.
The lady asks unanimous consent that the committee reference for the resolution be dispensed with and that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption. Does the chair hear objection? There are no objections. Clerk will please report the resolution.
House Resolution 19, amending House Rule 65, relating to the daily order of business.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Resolution 19, amending House Rule 65, provides for the continuation of remarks by members in the evening as we've done on Wednesday evenings for the rest of, so we'll actually add on next week as well and for next year.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. This is a debatable question. Is there debate on the resolution? The lady with 51st, Douglas Fleischauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will admit that I'm surprised about how well the Wednesday evening remarks have gone. However, there are many disadvantages to not maintaining what I think has been a really proud tradition of being able to talk about things that aren't on the agenda. I think that on certain days, For example, I can remember last year when the day that Katherine Johnson died, when she was 101 years old, and we still hadn't passed the Katherine Johnson Dorothy Vaughan Fair Pay Act. That would have been the kind of day where it would have been important. And there are other days like that that occur on a Monday or a Tuesday or a Thursday or Friday that you would want to talk about things that didn't happen. I think that it's a proud tradition, one we've had many, many years. It doesn't harm much to allow people to have their say at the end of the day. I think a better way to do it would have been to limit the number of minutes. We all probably can be better speakers if we don't have long speeches, rather than saying that the only day that we can do it is on Wednesday. So I urge a no vote on this.
Gentleman to third, Doug Fluharty is recognized.
Jill, to yield.
Yes, I will.
Wasn't the intent of the original passage of the amending the rule due to COVID?
That was the original intent, and everyone, it seems to be going very well. Everyone's really been enjoying it, and
Really?
We thought it was being successful. So we
Being
wanted to
successful?
offer the opportunity to
Okay.
extend that if you agreed.
Do you have any statistics on the success? How many remarks by members have been done this session compared to last session?
Usually in this body, I can measure success by how many people complain to me, and I've had none.
You measure by complaints? So you don't measure by actual statistics?
I'm not keeping statistics on remarks by members, but if you want to do that next session, that'd be great.
Well, the point is, you know that fewer people have spoken on the House floor. The intent of the resolution, the amending the rule, was due to COVID. So now you want to continue it, even though we all know it's not because of COVID.
I'm offering this as an opportunity for you to vote on it. If you do not agree with it, please vote no.
Thank you. I'll speak to it very quickly.
Gentleman is recognized.
This was put in place because of COVID. We couldn't enforce the rules as they are anyway. I mean, the gentleman from 27th back there hasn't had a mask on the entire session. We don't like to enforce rules. So what's it matter if we pass another rule? It doesn't even matter if we don't enforce them. We'd rather enforce speech on Facebook. We do that, right? Did we just pass a bill out related to that? But we don't protect speech here on the House floor. We know fewer members have been taken to the floor. We're hiding everything. This lacks transparency. And I think it's ridiculous that that's what we do now. This entire intent of this was just to hide everything that's going on down here. Nobody's coming in and speaking. We know that. We hid it behind COVID. COVID's excuse for everything. And now we're just going to move things forward in a way that lacks transparency, and I'll be voting it down. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. The gentleman from the 36, Doug Rowe, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say something positive about remarks by members. There have been very few. Folks generally will have 3, 4, 5 people speak, and people will often leave as soon as they've given their talk. The practice that we've had before, and many folks have never had that, is at the end of the session we allow remarks by members, and as has been said previously, that means that it doesn't have to be on an agenda. You don't have to speak to an amendment or speak to a bill. You can speak to what needs to be said to the other members. It is the only opportunity that we have to address each other as members, and it has been a very positive experience in the past. Now, it's my memory of the rule that we limit that and don't allow those remarks by members in the last several weeks of the session, so it doesn't clog anything up. You know, and I just would urge the members to think about this. It's the only time that you can address the membership generally as a matter of right. And I think that it really helps. It's been a very positive thing in the past. And I'm not sure why we're being asked to vote to approve this, not just in this COVID session, but even for next year. And I would urge a no vote on this. I think that it may be well intended to keep us from being in long sessions, but we could easily have an agreed to cap on the time that people speak. Usually it's a couple minutes just to point out something, maybe that there's a certain bill going through or something's happened. It's just very convenient, very nice, and it's good to hear from other members. So I would urge a no vote on this at this time.
The gentleman to first, Doug McGeehan, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we should continue
go back to the traditional way with respect to remarks by members. You know, it's been, this is my 5th term, and this is the first time we've ever done away with remarks by members or postponed them or changed the process. And remarks by members forces us, in the old traditional way anyway, forces us to have to listen to issues that are very important to the rank and file member in here from their districts. They have something that's not on the agenda, they can speak. They can raise the question as to why it's important to them, and it might be important to the rest of us. It forces dialogue. It forces us to listen to the minority party. You know, and by doing it the way we have, sometimes I can see why it would benefit the majority party, because sometimes we don't want to listen to people on the minority side. But sometimes they have some important things to say as well. And sometimes the rank and file members in here have some important things to say as well. And when that's taken away, the only thing left to the rank and file member on both sides of the aisle is strictly what's limited to the bills on the agenda. And guess who has control, for the most part, of the agenda? The central leadership does. And so by taking remarks by members away and putting it in the evening, I don't even know, once or twice a week, I haven't been here, you're essentially taking away a powerful tool to put forward issues that are important to the entire rank and file member in this body, and to force us to listen to one another. The reason why we did away with the traditional method this session was, of course, from COVID. But we made sure it was only limited to this session, not the next one. So I think we should just get back to the old way, because at least it gives all of us a voice, and we all represent different regions of the state that have different interests, different priorities, and we need to hear about it if someone has something important to say. And we might have to suffer through people that maybe we don't like and have them rant and rave. But guess what? It's what part of an assembly is all about.
The gentleman at 37th, Doug Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not think I'd be coming here today to stand up and make remarks about remarks, but that's what I'm briefly going to do. I appreciate the sentiment from my friend from Hancock County, and I appreciate him speaking up for the rights of the minority, because that's what we're supposed to do in a representative democracy that we have here. Is also, yeah, it's majority rule, but the minority does have rights, and that's one of the few things that we do have, is to be able to get up and address issues. And it's one of the things you have too, because not all of your bills are running either, and that's the time when you get up and draw attention to it. It works better when there are people in the room. So it's very easy to, sweep it under the rug and allow people in here at evening, way past the deadline for any kind of, anytime the media could pick up on it for the next day, and have it done here in the dark of night, just like we've done most of the session. Yeah, I believe it was Winston Churchill said, never let a good crisis go to waste. And I've seen a lot of that, unfortunately, and it's sad. I've seen a lot of that, unfortunately, this session. We've kept the Capitol largely closed while most businesses have been reopened through executive order from the governor. The schools are open. The Capitol's still closed. When we have public hearings, the public is forced to call in like they're dialing to win a free pizza on a radio station just to have their voice heard. And now we want to further limit the political speech of elected representatives of the people. The desk you're sitting in is not just you sitting behind it. It's roughly 17,000 West Virginians do you represent. Do you want to vote to limit their voice in here? You're voting to limit the people's speech if you vote for this resolution. I strongly urge rejection of this. Protect free speech, especially in the people's house.
The gentleman at 30th, Doug Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inquiry of the chair.
Yes, gentleman's recognized.
The rule as it exists right now, under item 14, would it continue to be the rule under which the House would operate if this resolution was to fail?
Yes, if the resolution is to fail, the default rules as they currently stand today would continue in place.
Okay. So there would be, if this rule was to be, this resolution would be defeated, remarks by members would continue to operate in the form that it has to this point in the session, leading into the next session. Is that correct?
The rules would remain, the rules as in the gentleman's hand would remain unchanged.
Okay. And if, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentlelady would yield.
Yes.
With that clarification from the Speaker, what are we changing with this resolution?
With this resolution, we are changing, well, we are adding an additional day to speak next week, which under the current rule expired on day 45, so there is no more remarks by members, so we're providing an additional opportunity there. Then we're extending the practice for next year for one more year, and then of course the following session, new rules will be adopted.
So the rule as it reads right now, it says for the duration of the 2021 regular session. So again, thank you, Madam. I'll get back to the chair if I can. Mr. Speaker, if I can.
Yes, Jim was recognized.
So my interpretation of this is that the rule as it exists right now, it would default back to the old method, because the rule as it exists now says that this practice would only exist for the 2021 session. So we would come into 2022 with the older form in place. Is that your interpretation as well?
The chair is advised by the clerk that would be the application of the rule of the resolution as in the system now. So chair is being advised by the clerk that the gentleman is correct.
Okay. So what we're voting on today, right now, is to extend the existing method of remarks by members by one additional day, and not do it that way next time, as opposed to not have the additional day this time, but then when we come in 2022, be in a posture that we could again choose to adopt that resolution. Is that correct, Madam Leader? Is that your interpretation?
Gentleman may continue.
To the lady.
My understanding was that it gave us the additional opportunity for remarks by members next week and next year. That was my understanding.
So next year in the same form that we've done it this session?
Yes.
Defeat of the resolution would then default back to the old method for next session unless this House was to direct otherwise. Is that correct?
Yes. If you prefer to have the remarks by members during session, then you would vote no.
Leading in place, moving into the next session. That doesn't preclude us then adopting a rule at a later date to revert back again for the next session to the way we did it this session.
Absolutely. We can adopt rules as we choose.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 34th, Doug Boggs, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully urge you to reject this this resolution, and I want to just give you a practical reason why, not partisan, but it's just practical, and I hope everybody can relate to it. Regardless of which side of the political aisle you're on, we all don't serve on the same committees. There's folks that I get to see every day from both sides of the aisle. There's some that I just get to see passing in the hallway. But sometimes I find out that those folks that I run into that I don't serve on committees, I've got a lot in common with. The folks that they represent, the problems that they have. And sometimes things come up in the remarks that when we're all in the same room, you know, our family, when we had a family discussion, we all had it in the same room. We didn't go in an empty room or just with 2 or 3 people and then hope word got out. You know, we all went in the same room, sat down, and we talked about it as a family. Well, we're all from different areas of the state, but we're all a family in here. And we represent tens of thousands of families across West Virginia. But I want to give you, just aside from that part, a few years ago, and Mr. Speaker, you're aware of this too, but there was we were trying to get a Dollar General store in Burnsville. Burnsville hadn't had a new business in it for years. And there was a small piece of property that the Division of Highways had that was only 1,800 square feet. And they were not even talking to Dollar General store. It was landlocked, it was not being used, they wouldn't even listen to them. I was so frustrated because I had talked to the governor's office, I'd talked to them across the hall, across in Building 5. Finally, I took to the floor in remarks and pointed out, what are we doing? If this was Macy's, if this was Amazon, if this was someplace, we'd give them the property and pay them to take it. But a little place like Dollar General store that had 10 jobs, we were holding it up for no good reason. It took us 4 years to get that back on track, and it's still not built, but I'm hoping it looks like we're going to break ground on that sometime in the spring. What got that kick-started again was the fact of being able to take the floor of the House and speak during the session where people were watching and people were listening downstairs and over in Building 5, and it embarrassed them. Now, I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. I'm just saying that was a practical reason for me that I think remarks by members of the House during the session are important. And they should be important to each and every one of us because we don't know what's going to come up in any of our respective districts. But when we come in here in the evening, which to my friend, the majority leader, I think it is working out well as far as for the folks that want to come in and give those brief remarks. But it doesn't carry the same weight as when we're all in here as a family, we're all speaking together, we're all listening. And I know sometimes, and I've been guilty of it too, and probably right now, Mr. Speaker, going on too long. But the fact is, I think that if we used good judgment, maybe put some time limits on it, and certainly had some time limits during the end of the session when the crunch time comes, I really hate to see us just do it only at the evening when really there's not nearly the audience, and I don't think people are listening downstairs or in the agencies. We're missing an opportunity to represent our people in a way that I believe is why they intended us to come down here to represent them, so we can be heard. So we can be heard. And I've got the greatest respect for the leadership, for the Speaker, but I just think that let's get through this. Let's let it revert back to the way it was. If it's not working, if people abuse the privilege, we can always go back and do something differently. But let's not jump too quickly to basically kill off a tool that all of us can or have used in the past, not to bash one another, not to be disrespectful to one another, but to help the citizens we represent. So I would urge a no vote on this, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 44th, Douglas Hannah, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to stand in opposition today to this resolution. For those returning members, I'm not one to speak often in remarks by members in the past. I've spoke once this year, but I come every Wednesday to listen. I come every Wednesday to listen to your concerns from your community because that's our job. I know each of us are busy, but our time is not so valuable that we can't listen to each other. If you have a problem with sitting on the floor all day, I would just ask you to question yourself. Why did you run? Why did you run? And if you don't think that you can sit here and listen to the other members, I would ask yourself that question again when you decide to come back in 22. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there additional debate on the resolution? If not, the question before the House, yes, the gentleman to 30th, Douglas Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very quickly, I have probably taken as much opportunity to avail myself of the new practice as anybody. And for that reason, for a good reason, I want to see how it would work out. And there is value to the way in which we've done things, and I understand why we adopted the rule when we adopted it. But I don't think it's perfect, and I think that we need to consider not adopting this resolution at this particular time, and then work on something that perhaps is a combination of what we've done in the past and what we're doing now. That allows an opportunity for members to speak and speak to the entire body at a time that's predictable, and the rest of the world can hear and see what we're doing down here. But also respect the time of the members and the other responsibilities they have. And I think that working together we could find that place. I don't believe this resolution hits that sweet spot. So as much as I've found what we're doing right now to be beneficial and helpful, and I think it was a useful exercise this session, I think it would be a mistake to adopt this resolution moving into the next session at this particular time. There's no reason for us to do this now other than to preserve one day of remarks by members at 5:30 in the evening when none of us are going to want to be here anyway because we've already been here for 12 hours in a day. So let's reject this now, and let's work together on coming up with something that blends the best portions of what we've done in the past with what we're doing now ahead of the next legislative session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the resolution? If not, the question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Chair is uncertain. Those in favor of adoption will please raise one hand. Thank you. Put those hands down. Those opposed will please raise one hand. The ayes appear to have it. Okay, a roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 52 ayes, 46 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that resolution adopted. Further resolutions?
House Concurrent Resolution 88, study reducing the cost of housing prisoners.
Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
Are there objections? There are no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 80, allowing for administration of certain small estates by affidavit without appointment of personal representative.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. The bill amends and reenacts Section 44-1-28 and adds a new article known as the West Virginia Small Estate Act, which relates to the payment of sums due of employees to distribute distributes to the decedent upon whose estates there have been no qualifications in cases involving a West Virginia domiciled individual, where an affidavit is provided that establishes that the government or employer owes less than $5,000 in wages, salary, pension payments, or money allowed for burial expenses, and there's no qualification on the estate, and where the person holds assets on behalf of a decedent whose estate has not been valued or qualified, and the estate is not greater than $5,000. Then, after 120 days, may pay and transfer the property to the decedent's spouse. If no spouse passed to distributes under the West Virginia law, the person may include a bank. Payment under the section is a full discharge. The definitions in this act are small asset, which is the personal property belonging to the decedent valued at not more than $50,000, and a small estate, which is defined as a probate estate in which the total value of the small assets does not exceed $50,000 and the total value of the real estate or interest in the real property subject to probate does not exceed $100,000. The Act also authorizes the administrative of a small estate upon affidavit and without the appointment of a personal representative. It identifies the information required by affidavit and provides a form that may be used as the affidavit. It gives the authorized successor the right to obtain and pay or deliver the small assets to the successor or successors of the decedent entitled to the small assets, or in payment of the decedent's funeral expenses or claims of the decedent's creditor. And finally, it subjects the decedent's real estate to the provisions of Section 41.519 and 41.520 relating to production, probate, and record of wills with respect to title to real estate and title of bona fide purchasers of real estate from heirs. Mr. Speaker, that's the summarization of the bill. I'm happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 83 ayes, 15 noes, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 80, allowing for administration of certain small estates by affidavit without appointment of personal representatives.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 81, relating generally to West Virginia Uniform Trust Code.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends certain actions of the West Virginia Uniform Directed Trust Act, which was enacted in 2020. The bill corrects internal code references. The bill amends the standard of liability for a directed trustee from willful misconduct to breach of fiduciary duty. It makes it consistent with similar trust law provisions, and the bill corrects incorrect cross-references. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 85 ayes, 13 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 81, relating generally to West Virginia Uniform Trust Code.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 85 ayes, 13 nays, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 346, authorizing DMV use electronic means when providing notice for licensees and vehicle owners.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 16th, Doug Linville, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of Senate Bill 346 is to authorize the Division of Motor Vehicles to provide notice to its customers via electronic means where the customer has provided the DMV with means for such communication. It would require the DMV to follow up any electronic notices issued pursuant to this bill with written notice via U.S. mail in the event that the customer does not acknowledge the receipt of the electronic notice within 4 days. Notably, this is expected to save $133,000 of the $730,000 annually, which the DMV spends on sending renewal notices. And electronic notice would include email, text message, online portal of the DMV, mobile application of the DMV, or alternate delivery method having the capability of generating a read receipt or other confirmation of access of the notice. There is no requirement. It is fully opt-in. Mr. Speaker, that is a summary of the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 92 ayes, 6 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 346, authorizing DMV use electronic means when providing notice for licensees and vehicle owners.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 374, increasing threshold for a bid requirement to $10,000 to be consistent with other state agencies.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to raise the threshold requirement for the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to obtain at least 3 bids before entering into a contract to $10,000 from $2,500. That is the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 93 ayes, 5 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 374, increasing threshold for bid requirement to $10,000 to be consistent with other state agencies.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 375, relating to county boards of education policies for open enrollment.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes several changes with respect to state resident students who transfer the schools of another county than the one that they live in. These changes are as follows. 1, requiring county board policies to clearly outline the application process. 2, prohibiting refusal of a transfer by virtue of the student transferring from an approved private parochial church or religious school. 3, providing an open enrollment application can only be denied due to lack of grade level capacity or failure to fill out or submit the application correctly. 4, application denials must be in writing, sent to the parent or guardian and the Department of Education, and include the reason for the denial and information on appealing the denial to the state superintendent. And then finally, the bill clarifies that when a student transfers to another county, after the second month net enrollment count is taken, the other county may, during the following year, invoice the county that still has the student in its enrollment count for 1, state aid, 2, exceptional student funding, 3, pre-K exceptional student funding that the county would have received if that student had been counted on its enrollment. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 91 ayes, 7 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 375 relating to county boards of education policies for open enrollment.
Are there amendments to the title?
Doggett Ellington moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 389 relating to State Resiliency Office responsibility to plan for emergency and disaster response, recovery, and resiliency.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 15th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to have the State Resiliency Office and Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Resources, the State Resiliency Office Board. The bill also cleans up existing language and makes numerous technical corrections. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 93 ayes, 5 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 389 relating to State Resiliency Office responsibility to plan for emergency and disaster response, recovery, and resiliency.
Are there amendments to the title?
Doggett Steele moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 421 authorizing Workforce West Virginia to hire at-will employees.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow the Commissioner of Workforce West Virginia to hire up to 100 additional Workforce West Virginia employees and make them at-will employees, which are exempt from classified service. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Lady from the 51st, Doggett Fleshauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, actually, the bill does a little bit more than that. The bill, and we all know that Workforce West Virginia has really been under a lot of pressure. And so because of that, the Personnel Division allowed them to hire people temporarily. But this bill would allow them to bring on 100 people permanently at will. That's 20% of the workforce. And I know a lot of people, a lot of agency people are irritated by the Personnel Division. You know, we all want to be king, right? And what at will means is that you can fire someone for no reason at all. And you can say, well, that's true in the private sector, but this is not the private sector. This is the public sector where the Constitution should apply. And that's what the Personnel Division does with its rules. It says when you are hired and when you're fired, you can't be treated arbitrarily. You're entitled to due process under the 14th Amendment and under our comparative Article 3 provision for due process. You have to treat people fairly. That means things like nepotism, you know, hiring friends and family, which is what used to happen in West Virginia and every state, until we had a system where we put a grievance process in, where you could say, you know, I think that his son is not the most qualified employee, whereas I am, and that I shouldn't be fired so that he can hire his son. I really think this is going way, way beyond the pandemic. This is not during the pandemic. This is permanent, and I recommend a no vote. It's a bad precedent. We don't want every agency to be doing this, or otherwise we're not going to be a state where people feel that where they want to go to work and they want to do public service for the benefit of West Virginians.
Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill does provide more flexibility to Workforce West Virginia to hire for its immediate needs. When Workforce did come into committee and testified about this bill, they talked about the difficulty they had filling some positions, such as call center positions and things like that, in the unemployment areas and so forth. With qualified workers through the state's civil service program due to a lack of number of qualified individuals. Debate was had in the committee about this very issue. One of the things that was brought up is this allowed for Workforce to hire individuals that may not otherwise be qualified when that position doesn't go to get filled. And there was good debate brought up in which I think the gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Cooper, brought up the fact that this gives an opportunity for someone that may not fully meet those requirements under civil service for a particular entry-level position to gain the knowledge, skills, and experience necessary to become a full-time permanent employee. This gives the department a really good opportunity to help train and bring into the workforce people that might not otherwise be qualified. It's important to remember that, you know, we talked about constitutional provisions today, and I can understand the need for due process. These individuals would have those same protections that are afforded to every traditional employee in the state of West Virginia. They would be protected by our Human Rights Act. They would be protected against rules governing nepotism and things of this nature that aren't necessarily contained in the Constitution but are contained in other areas of state law. These people would have the ability to seek recourse from infringement upon that through the Human Rights Commission, through the EEOC, or through the traditional court system, much the same way they would otherwise. The only difference would be they wouldn't be going to the Civil Service Commission. They would just be using the same avenues that, you know, your constituents that work in the private sector would have available to them. I believe this is being done based off the testimony of what we got out of committee from the Director of Workforce West Virginia to solve an immediate need in workforce for more workers. And I think one of the things that we've got a lot of complaints about over the last year was the speed in which unemployment compensation is taking place, the ability of our constituents to interact with government and get a rapid response. And this is an innovative way that it didn't necessarily come about because of COVID, but because it's not a COVID bill, but COVID highlighted the need for these temporary workers based on that vacuum that was created with this overwhelming need that we have. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I would urge adoption of the bill, and I'd urge passage of the bill so that we can address those needs of our constituents. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 69 ayes, 29 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 421, authorizing Workforce West Virginia to hire at-will employees.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 429, exempting Division of Emergency Management from purchasing division requirements for certain contracts.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman to 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to exempt Division of Emergency Management from purchasing divisions requirements relating to the review and approval of contracts for commodities and services. The bill would allow for funds from the state sale of surplus property to be used to maintain the West Virginia interoperable radio network. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 90 ayes, 8 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 429, exempting Division of Emergency Management from purchasing division requirements for certain contracts.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 463, consolidating position of Inspector General of Former Workers' Compensation Fraud and Abuse Unit and position of Director of Insurance Fraud Unit.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman to 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to consolidate a duplicative position within the Office of the Insurance Commissioner. The Director position of the Insurance Fraud Unit will be consolidated with the Inspector General position to continue to investigate fraud and abuse as it relates to insurance. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 93 ayes, 5 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 463, consolidating position of Inspector General of Former Workers' Compensation Fraud and Abuse Unit and position of Director of Insurance Fraud Unit.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 472, updating criteria for regulating certain occupations and professions.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to update the review requirements to Sunrise, a new board, when application is received. The bill would continue to require the Performance Evaluation and Research Division to conduct reviews of Sunrise applications, but would also require the review to determine the efficacy of the licensing structure of the board. The bill would also add an 8-year licensing review cycle to the boards selected by the chairs to determine that the state is appropriately regulating a profession. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman the 10th, Doug Conley, your vote's not registered. Gentleman the 27th, Doug Ellington, your vote's not registered. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 67 ayes, 31 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 472, updating criteria for regulating certain occupations and professions.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 587, making contract consummation with state more efficient.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to expressly consolidate into code contractual provisions which are illegal under state law. The bill will allow contracting agencies to negotiate contracts more quickly and without unknowingly agreeing to a contract which cannot be enforced under state law. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 94 ayes, 3 nays, and 3 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 587, making contract consummation with state more efficient.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading at this time? Senate Bill 587. Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The motion is that committee substitute for Senate Bill 587 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of that motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 93 ayes, 4 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading at this time? If not, bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 78, relating to rehabilitative spousal support.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 359, informing landowners when fencing that may contain livestock is damaged due to accident.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 377, relating to extension for boil water advisories by water utility or public service district.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 437, extending contingent increase of tax rate on certain eligible acute care hospitals.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 514, providing criteria for Natural Resource Commission appointment and compensation.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Dean moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Dean 4-2, number 1.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman at 21st, Delegate Dean, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This deal deals with the DNR Commission. We had a committee substitute ready for the Senate bill when it came over. It ended up going to Judiciary. So this is the main gist of the strike and insert we were prepared to offer. The main problem right now is that there are 2 divisions of the DNR who are not represented, and the bill and the amendment both seek to provide representation. They just seek to do that in a different way. The Senate version, the way it's introduced, comes over. It replaces the entire commission. They're all X'd out at July 1st and gives the director the chance to the governor a chance to reappoint those members in July. The amendment adds 2 members to fill up those 2 districts. And then in the next 2 years, when the appointments run out for other members, they will not be reappointed to get the commission back to its size of 7. Another change in the amendment from the original bill is this eliminates the term limits for those appointees. I'm sure there are, but I'm not aware of any other appointed positions that have term limits imposed on them. Mr. Speaker, that's the amendment, and I reserve the right to close.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman at 21st. Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman 32nd, Delegate Fast, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have to respectfully urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment. One of the matters in the bill which seemed to be a significant issue as we discussed in Judiciary was the issue of term limits, and the amendment completely removes that requirement. the gentleman's amendment increases the commission from 7 members to 9 members. Both agree that the entire midsection of the state for the past 15 years has been unrepresented in these natural resource districts on the commission. But then the amendment would go back to, by default, after 2021 and then 2022, down to 7 members, so long as the districts are represented. But again, there are no term limits, and the way the bill was designed was that there would be staggering term limits for these commissioners, and of course they are to be appointed under the bill by the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate. There, right now, under this amendment, there would be no length to the terms at all, so it could be like an indefinite appointment, and that could preclude perhaps fresh ideas, new ideas after a person's term has expired, or a sitting commissioner could be reappointed by the governor, but there is that ability of the governor to so do so. And so for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would again, with the greatest respect, urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment.
The gentleman from the 18th, Doug Worrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment this morning, and as a sportsman and a hunter, I look at what the design of this bill was to change the term limits. I want to correct the gentleman from the 32nd that there are term limits now. They're every year for 7 years, and as the gentleman stated for the sponsored amendment, I don't know of any term limits on any appointed positions. I could be wrong about that, but I would argue there are term limits. It's the governor who appoints these people every year, these commissioners every year. He has that opportunity to present that. So there are term limits based on the governor that is here now or any future governor. So I would support the amendment. I find a lot of different areas about this bill concerning, but I think this amendment actually cleans this up and makes sure that we have correct representation throughout the state, as is the problem now. And I want to give you a little bit of background for these commissioners. The commissioners don't get paid, okay? And so you might think that new ideas or new commissioners is a great thing, but I would actually argue against that, because these commissioners that are there now, a lot of them are retired. A lot of them devote their time, their 40, 50 hours a week to this time for our natural resources in the state. And I would just be fearful that, you know, I'll be honest, as a 41-year-old, I would love to be a commissioner, for example. I very dearly care about the state and the natural resources, but I don't have the time. I don't have the time to invest in that. I have children, full-time job. I would like to, but I don't have the time to do so. And I think the commissioners we have now are invested in our natural resources. They're investing their time. They don't expect to get paid. They don't expect anything. They just have a love for our state. And I think that imposing term limits and saying they can't serve more than 8 years, which is in the current state of the bill, is wrong. And I support our commissioners and support this amendment, as it would provide representation throughout the entire state. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that I must stand and respectfully oppose my good friend from Mingo and my good friend from Cabell. We have this year passed a, for us, historic amendment calling on Congress to term limit, or for us to have the opportunity to implement term limits on Congress. I noticed on Senate messages the other day that we had a Senate concurrent resolution to impose term limits on members of the legislature, which I think is also a conversation worth having. I do think that the longer people are in particular roles, the more we become stagnant, the more we become set in our ways, the more we become entrenched in our particular philosophical position. I commend all of the members of the commission for their service to the state. I too, like the gentleman from the 18th and my friend from Mingo, I too am a sportsman. I love to bow hunt. I love to catfish. I love to bass fish on our lakes and rivers. I love to trout fish in the spring. And I'm even going to try my hand at turkey hunting this year. I've not done that before, but as folks in the East Wing are acutely aware, I have been practicing my turkey calls in the few down minutes that I have. And yes, I have yet to perfect it, but nonetheless, I remain undeterred. But having said that, I think 8 years is a long time to serve on a commission. I think 8 years is a long time to serve in this body, frankly. And there is no shortage of sportsmen in this state. There's no shortage of folks who are willing to devote their time and efforts and resources to the conservation of our natural resources when it comes to our game. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 45th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in opposition today of the gentleman's amendment. I have a few constituents back home in Upshur County who definitely oppose the amendment, and they say that this amendment will probably hamstring Upshur County. So to the other delegates who represent Upshur County, I hope that you will also vote no. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 22nd, Doug Maynard, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the gentleman's amendment. And really one of the reasons why is because the gentleman is the chairman of Natural Resources, and this bill has not made it in front of his committee. So I think this is a great way for him to kind of put his committee, both him and the vice chairman, their support in the bill. And I do hear everybody saying it is a Senate bill, but it could have went there too. So I do support the gentleman's amendment. I think it makes the bill a little bit better. Not really excited about the bill at all, but I do support the gentleman's amendment and would urge adoption. Thank you.
The gentleman first, Doug McGinn, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too support my friend's amendment. He's the chair of the Committee on Natural Resources, I believe, and the bill was originally signed to your committee, I believe, and somehow it magically wound up in the Judiciary Committee without passing through his committee. So I had some reservations as to why that occurred. I've heard from some of these commissioners on this board, and there was evidently some sort of policy dispute between the director of the agency and the commissioners not too far in the past, and all of a sudden, suddenly we got this bill in front of us that is seeking to completely do away with the current board and potentially reappoint the entire commission. So I find some of these events and these coincidences not a coincidence. And so I don't think it's right for, if you can infer from some of that, for some of these agency heads to use the legislature as a means to achieve their policy ends in a sort of underhanded way. So for that reason, I support the gentleman's amendment.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Question.
If not, the chair recognizes.
Question.
Yes, lady in the 49th.
Would the chairman yield?
Yes, chairman does yield.
Thank you. I just had a question. I remember us talking about this bill, and I just was trying to take all this in. Can you explain to the body why the House version of the bill did not come before your committee, and explain that through, talk us through that?
Pretty simple. I didn't particularly like the bill. Several members of the committee did not, so we didn't take up the House version. We were waiting on the Senate version to come over if they passed theirs.
So do you think that, I mean, could you have got the House version? Could you have amended the House version and then passed that out of your committee?
Yes, we definitely could have, but we just waited on the Senate version. We assumed it would be assigned to our committee like the House version was.
So you had it on your agenda, but then the House version of the same bill, but then you took it off?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the 21st to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I firmly believe that the Division of Natural Resources, the guys and gals there, are doing great things. I also believe part of that is because of the current commissioners that we have. This amendment accomplishes the ultimate goal of fair representation for all parts of the state while maintaining the stability and continuing the momentum the division currently has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 21st. Roll call vote on the amendment is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Ladies in 50 seconds. The clerk will, has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 46 ayes, 51 nays, and 3 members absent, less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Are there additional amendments?
Doggett Worrell moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Worrell 4-2, number 1.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Delegate Worrell moves to amend the bill on page 1, section 16, line 18, immediately following the words July 1 by striking the word 2021 and inserting in lieu thereof the word 2024.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman from the 18th, Delegate Worrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, so my amendment just moves this bill back. So this still allows the current governor, current director to redo this commission, but it will be in 2024, so just kind of slow this down a little bit. Instead of right now and a few months from now we make this change, we'll make this change in 3 years, right before the governor leaves office. That's the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? The gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it was with great sadness that I rise in opposition to my good friend's amendment. And I don't have much to say about it, but I will say this. If we believe this to be good policy, if we believe that the implementation of this bill is to be good policy, then let's implement the policy. If we believe this to be bad policy, then let's not implement it at all and not do it in 2024. So if you individually believe that this to be good policy, let's do it. Let's make these changes that we collectively believe need to be done, and let's do it now. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would urge rejection.
The gentleman, 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the greatest respect to my friend from the 18th, I would have to urge rejection of his amendment. Right now, the following counties are unrepresented by the districts, natural resource districts: Tyler, Pleasance, Doddridge, Wood, Ritchie, Jackson, Wirt, Gilmer, Calhoun, Roane, Lewis, Randolph, Upshur, Braxton, Clay, Webster, Nicholas, Pocahontas. I just see no reason to kick this can down the road until 2024, when we can take care of it this summer. And so for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would again respectfully urge rejection of the amendment.
The gentleman, 25th, Delegate Painter, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to remind everybody in the room that this has been going on. There's been no representation for 15 years, and now all of a sudden it's a rush on this. Anybody that knows the whole situation knows there's a whole lot more going on with this bill than just meets the eye. And I can almost guarantee you, if we would have run this bill in that resources, it would have died. It would have not got out of the committee. And with that being said, if there's such a great rush to get this bill enacted, they're proving us right on the fact that we know there's more than meets the eye to it. So just to stop this, let's slow roll this and let cooler heads prevail, and maybe some sound logic take over and push this back a couple years. Vote yes on this amendment.
The gentleman from the 46th, Douglas Burkhammer, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one thing we haven't looked at here, I wanted to point out that currently this is set up by congressional districts, and I think all of us are aware here potentially this year we can make the assumption that we're going to lose one of those congressional districts. And so by pushing this down the road 3 years, losing a congressional district, we could further lopside and misrepresent the state. So I think this is the appropriate time in 2021 to change it from congressional districts to the DNR districts so that we can truly have that representation. So I ask for no vote respectfully. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from the 28th, Douglas Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the 18th yield for question.
For you, yes.
Well, thank you, sir. Is it your understanding there are currently 2 districts of the Division of Natural Resources that are underrepresented on the commission?
Currently there are and have been for 15 years.
Okay. So if we kick this further down the road, then that'll be an additional 4 years or 3 years that these folks are not represented on the commission. Is that correct?
As they have been for the past 15 years, yes, sir.
Are you of the opinion that they ought not to have been represented on the commission?
No, I believe the governor has had already 4 opportunities to give them representation, has not done so.
Well, if we were to pass this bill as it sits before us unamended, would that not force him to make these districts represented on the commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 37th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 18th yield?
I hesitated for you, but yes, of course.
I appreciate that. And actually, unlike a lot of questions that get asked here, I literally do not know the answer, and that's why I'm asking the question. Are these DNR regions that they're going to be moving to with this bill as opposed to congressional districts, are they apportioned based on census?
That's a great question. I don't know if they're based on census. I do not know that. There's six districts. I don't know if it's based on census, sorry.
Okay, well, thank you. If anybody knows the answer to that, please stand up and tell me. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from the 28th want to answer that question?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that they are apportioned geographically by county, not necessarily by population. So, for instance, in my district, I believe it's Raleigh, Wyoming, Summers, Monroe, and Greenbrier. My particular district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 22nd, Doug Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 18th yield, please?
Yes, sir.
I'm surprised this hasn't came up yet, but there's been a lot of speculation back and forth on email. I think all of us have been getting a lot of emails in support and in opposition to this bill. The speculation is that the hidden agenda behind this is to lower the buck limit. Have you heard that?
I have heard that, yes.
Do you know when these commissioners voted against lowering the buck limit?
It was summer of last year.
So this could be possibly a retaliation towards the current members?
You could take that, yes, sir.
So by pushing it back 3 years might let cooler heads prevail a little bit?
I just believe that by allowing it to wait for 3 years, right before the governor and the current director, if he's still there, they could make those recommendations. This is what they saw fit. I'm just looking to slow this down a little bit, that's all.
All right, thank you. I'm going to support the amendment. From what I've heard, and I'm a sportsman as well, and I think many people in this chamber are, I would say that I think the bill's horrible anyway, but if it's going to pass, I'd rather see it pushed out a little bit further. If you're a sportsman and you want the buck limits lowered, vote for this bill, or tomorrow, I guess we'll be voting on the bill, but as far as the amendments goes, I think we need to let things calm down for a little bit. I'd personally like to see the bill dead completely, but if it's got to go, I would rather have this amendment in it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Anderson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the body, I would like to give a little perspective on this. A bill similar to this was introduced, and I was a sponsor of it some 20 years ago. It reached the governor's desk at that time and was vetoed. I won't go into the reasons for the veto, but it was good policy 20 years ago, and we did not accomplish it. The objective of this bill is to reallocate and make sure every part of this state is represented on the DNR Commission. And I believe it's the appropriate bill. I will, with all due respect to the gentleman from the 18th, I will oppose his amendment to kick the can down the road. It's been kicked down the can's been kicked down the road for 20 years. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question before the House is the amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say, roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 36 ayes, 61 nays, and 3 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 518 relating to grounds for administrative dissolution of certain companies, corporations, and partnerships.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Senate Bill 644, exempting certain persons pursuing degree in speech pathology and audiology from license requirements.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Health and Human Resources moves to amend the bill. This is HHR AM number 1.
The gentleman from the 28th, are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Pack, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee amendment removes speech pathologists from the legislation because they would not be directly involved with the selling of hearing aids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 28th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Pack moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Pack 4-1, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 28th to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a technical amendment and just cleans up a incorrect code reference within the bill. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Senate Joint Resolution 4, Incorporation of Churches or Religious Denominations Amendment.
The resolution will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 263, permitting online raffles to benefit charitable and public service organizations.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 294, relating generally to savings and investment programs offered by state.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 297, relating generally to modernizing Board of Treasury investments.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 307, relating generally to in-state tuition rates for certain persons.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 318, relating generally to public notice of unclaimed property held by state treasurer.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 343, authorizing DMV to process online driver's license or identification card change of address.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 361, extending supervision for conviction of soliciting minor and using obscene matter with intent to seduce minor.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 376, removing obsolete provisions regarding DOH standards for studded tires and chains.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 392, creating penalty for impersonating law enforcement officer or official.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 397, relating to health care provider tax.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 401, relating to West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 434, requiring training for law enforcement officers responsible for investigating crimes of sexual assault.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 460, relating to Deputy Sheriff Retirement System Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 466, relating generally to appraisal management companies.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 479, relating to West Virginia Veterans Service Decoration and West Virginia Service Cross.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 483, allowing oaths be taken before any person authorized to administer oaths.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 494, authorizing transfer of monies from Insurance Commission Fund to Workers' Compensation Old Fund.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 496, relating to punishment for second or third degree felony.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 562, relating to juvenile competency proceedings.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 577, exempting certain fire departments from licensure requirements for providing rapid response services.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 585, requiring BOE create and provide course in family and consumer sciences in secondary schools.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 626, updating regulation for purchase of automobile catalytic converters.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 634, requiring training of certain officers for persons with autism spectrum disorder.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 636, requiring certain history and civics courses be taught in schools.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 651, allowing county boards of education to publish financial statements on website.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 673, relating to venue for bringing civil action or arbitration proceedings under construction contracts.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 680, allowing state superintendent of schools to find classroom teachers certified in special education.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 693, updating certain definitions and terms used in West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act.
The bill will be advanced to second reading. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill be read 3 separate days be dispensed with, and that the bill be read a second and a third time and put upon its passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 separate days be dispensed with, and that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, read a second and third time, and put upon its passage. This is Senate Bill 693. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. 4/5 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the constitutional rules suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 693, updating certain definitions and terms used in West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 693, updating certain definitions and terms used in West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the West Virginia personal income tax. The bill provides that the tax year 2020, the meaning of the terms in the West Virginia statutes relating to personal income tax will have the same meaning of those as under the federal statutes as amended during the 2020 year, including those changes made prior to March 12, 2021. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As for Rule 49, I received unemployment compensation during 2020.
It would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals and therefore would be directed to vote on the question. The gentleman from the 30th, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question for my friend from Wood.
Yes, sir.
So we passed a bill earlier that synced up the code. We do this every year. We're passing this second one deals specifically with unemployment. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, there were other changes that were made after we passed our bill at the federal level, which includes eliminating personal income tax on unemployment for the year 2020.
Okay, so this kind of deals with the dates.
Yes, sir.
To clean that up, but
Yes,
it does also pick up the unemployment piece of that.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any idea of the note that goes with that? What the hit is? How much money are we talking about in unemployment that we received?
No, sir, I don't know.
Okay, and then just one more if I can. My understanding is that due to that process, the state doesn't withhold for taxes on unemployment at the state level. At the federal level they do, but at the state level they don't. So this would be money actually people would have to pay that hasn't been withheld by unemployment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we pass this bill, they won't have to pay in, they won't have to find money to pay their personal income tax to the state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 693, updating certain definitions and terms used in West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman 16th, your vote's not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. And on that question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills on first reading.
Senate Bill 710, requiring impact statement in certain instances of school closing or consolidation.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 713, relating generally to inmate good time.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2895, supplementing and amending the appropriations of public monies to the Department of Veterans Assistance.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2900, expiring funds to the balance of the Department of Education, State Board of Education, School Building Authority.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3313, making supplemental appropriation to the Division of Motor Vehicles.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3314, making supplemental appropriation to West Virginia State Police.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3315, making supplemental appropriation to Division of Environmental Protection Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund.
The bill to be advanced.
House Bill 3316, supplemental appropriation to the Department of Education.
The bill to be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 11:20.
Ladies, the question is on the motion that the House stand in recess until 11:20 a.m. this morning. Those in favor of the motion take a recess will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it. We are in recess until 11:20.
Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we are led in prayer by the senior senator from the 8th. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senior senator from the 17th leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Senator.
May we pray. Almighty and everlasting God, as we stand today, Good Friday, may it remind us of the sorrow and the pain that happened many years ago. Lord, may we never forget the great sacrifice that you made for us. Father, you willed that your Son should bear for us the pains of the cross, that you may remove from us the power of the adversary. It is through the old rugged cross that the remission of sins and the redemption from everlasting death. Father, it is your grace and your love that we stand here today to do your will. And Father, we give you thanks. And we ask all these things in the name of Jesus Christ. And we all said, amen.
Thank you. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would everyone join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, April 1st, 2021. The Senate met at 11:03 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
The senator from Mason requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guests. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your pleasure and mine to introduce our docket of the day. In the rear of the chamber, we have one of our own, Dr. Kwasi Gambra. He's a second-year resident at CAMC from Canada. He's hoping to stay in West Virginia and Fayetteville. Everybody give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we would focus on the North Gallery, we have royalty visiting us today, Miss Preteen United States, Tiara Thornton. She's an ambitious 13-year-old student at Point Pleasant Junior-Senior High School. During her reign, she has made it her primary focus to advocate and raise awareness for hospice care organizations. She chose hospice care because of the care that they provided for her father and her family during his battle with cancer. Serving her platform has helped her work through her grief and loss and also helped her bring joy to others in similar situations. Through her advocacy, she has also created what she calls a program called Journals with a Smile, and that program provides journals to terminally ill patients in hospice care. It lets them to create meaningful mementos for their family members to remember them by. So if we could give her a warm welcome, such a kind-hearted, beautiful young lady who obviously is a queen. Thank you.
Further introductions. Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President.
have the honor today that I got a message a little while ago from my son that my four of my grandchildren are watching us today live stream, and I'd like for the members to welcome Abriana, Elijah, Isaac, and Willow. They're watching us virtual today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there further introductions? Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House-appointed conferees, Delegates Summers, J. Pack, and Brown, as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2003, relating to the authority and obligations of the governor and legislature when in declared states of preparedness and emergency.
Message will be received. Communications from the executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Military has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 45, Dennis E. Davis Veterans Nursing Home, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Ryan W. Weld, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Military has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 60, originating in committee, requesting the Interim Committee on Veterans Affairs and the Department of Veterans Assistance study the merit of establishing a comprehensive program for suicide prevention among veterans. And reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, but with the further recommendation that it first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Ron W. Weld, Chair.
The report be received. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent that the resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2368, Melissa Smith's law creating patient visitation privileges, and has amended same, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2573, relating generally to the transparency and accountability of state grants to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received, and the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2722, prohibiting the use of Class B firefighting foam and testing purposes if the foam contains a certain class of fluorinated organic chemicals. Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2834, adding the curator of the West Virginia Division of Arts, Culture, and History as an ex officio voting member of the commission. And engrossed House Bill 2914 to remove certain ex officio voting members from the Archives and History Commission and update formatting, and reports the same back with a recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2758, requiring the Insurance Commissioner to regulate professional bondsmen, and has amended same. Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2793, permit out-of-state residents to obtain West Virginia concealed carry permits, and has amended same. And engrossed House Bill 3294, relating to unemployment insurance, and has amended same. And reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Military has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2874, extend the current veterans business fee waivers to active duty military members and spouses, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Ron W. Weld, Chair.
The report be received. The Senate will please come to order.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2890 to clarify the regulatory authority of the Public Service Commission of West Virginia over luxury limousine services, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Judiciary for that bill be dispensed with.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2969 to clarify the procedures for the sale and operation of a municipally owned toll bridge by a private toll transportation facility, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2982 relating to the Second Chances at Life Act of 2021, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3293 relating to single-sex participation in interscholastic athletic events, and has amended same and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
The report be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 38 by Senator Phillips recognizing Ben Farrell on his achievements in archery.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 39 by Senator Grady congratulating Miss Preteen USA 2020 Tiara Thompson on her achievements.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 58 requesting study on possible incentives to county boards of education showing consistent academic growth.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Education and then to the Committee on Rules.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 59 requesting study on creating third tier within PERS for public safety employees.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put up for adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Senate Concurrent Resolution 59 was discussed and came out of the Pension Committee. What the resolution does is provides for a study for us to look at a third tier within our PERS system. Currently, we have two different tiers, and there's been a lot of concern over the last few years as it relates to the needs of our 911 and other emergency and correctional type employees around the state. Their needs as it relates to the retirement age, multiples, and other benefits that they need to receive. And instead of creating an extra class it has been discussed that we need to study creating a third tier within PERS to better handle these vital employees of the state that provide many positive services. So I would encourage the body to adopt this resolution, and it did come out of pension after much discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Resolution 36, recognizing Cabell County Public Library on being named as a finalist for the 2021 National Medal for Museum and Library Service.
Senior Senator from the 5th.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration. Committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 36, recognizing Cabell County Public Library on being named as finalist for 2021 National Medal for Museum and Library Service.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senator from Cabell and I are very pleased that the Cabell County Library System has been recognized nationally, and as they go to be recognized, possibly winning this as a finalist, I thought it would be appropriate that we do recognize them, and that we really, libraries are a key to connecting a lot of the rural areas. In Cabell County, this is very, very important as you look at their branch in Salt Rock and Cox's Landing and various other places that they have. Also, I would like to personally recognize Judy Rule, who has been, I don't know how many years, but she's been there longer than I've been here. So that tells you something. She has been a great administrator and a great advocate for the libraries. Urge the adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 37, memorializing the life of Gilbert Benton Gibb Miller, Sr.
Okay. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 37, memorializing the life of Gilbert Benton Gibb Miller, Sr., outstanding athlete, teacher, award-winning coach, athletic director, radio commentator, mentor, dedicated husband, father, and grandfather.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gilbert Miller was a fixture in Berkeley County public school system, beloved coach, coached championship teams at Hedgesville High School, well-known, well-loved throughout the community, Berkeley County and beyond, and we're all saddened at his passing and miss him deeply. I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2253, relating to forgery and other crimes concerning lottery tickets. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Engrossed House Bill 2253, after the amendment we adopted yesterday on the floor, which was just technical amendment, changes one section of the state code. It's Chapter 29, Article 22, Section 12, and it relates to crimes of forgery or counterfeiting, altering lottery tickets.
And so this, the bill, if it's adopted, will make the offense a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or confinement in a state correctional facility for not more than a year, or both confinement and the fine. Be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Senator from Tucker. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2888, relating to when contentions can be revived based on forensic scientific evidence that was not available at the time of conviction. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2888 amends a single section of our state code. It's Section 1 of Article 4A of Chapter 53. And Article 4A addresses post-conviction habeas corpus. Section 1 relates to the right to habeas corpus for post-conviction review, jurisdiction, and when contention is deemed to be fully adjudicated or waived, and the effect upon other remedies. So the writ of habeas corpus exists after a conviction. It's not a substitute for appeal, but it is a collateral attack upon a conviction or the imprisonment or incarceration of a person. Generally, you get one shot. A person who's been convicted, once he's exhausted his appeals, he has one chance at habeas corpus and is generally required to put in his petition for habeas corpus all the grounds that he or she believes he has that would warrant granting relief and the setting aside of a conviction and delivery from imprisonment. This bill will create an exception. And what it says is, notwithstanding any other provisions of the article, a contention or contentions shall not be deemed to be previously and finally adjudicated when either relevant forensic scientific evidence exists that was not available to be offered by the petitioner at the time of the conviction, or which undermines forensic scientific evidence relied on by the state at trial. And there is a reasonable probability there would be a different outcome at trial. Now, what this is getting to is, we have had advances in science, DNA, information. We've all seen through the news media circumstances where 40 years later, a cold case, they're able to identify the perpetrator of the offense, the killer, the rapist, as a result of the analysis of DNA evidence. We saw in the last couple of years the killer in California was identified through his DNA that was matched closely enough to some DNA that went into one of the ancestry databases. I'm not sure whether it was Ancestry.com or another, but by comparison of someone's that was in that database, they were able to draw a family circle around that person and were able to identify years after it had occurred, the killer. This is the reverse, and it happens on occasion. Our criminal justice system, we love to believe it is the best in the world, And I believe it is the best in the world, but it is not perfect. And through the Innocence Project and other initiatives in the last generation, it has been determined scientifically that there are people who are incarcerated serving sentences for crimes they didn't commit. This bill allows those people to use newly discovered, newly available scientific evidence tools to go to court and have a court review their conviction and the circumstances of their incarceration. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the Senate is passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3081, updating the West Virginia Business Corporations Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3081 would amend two sections of our state code. One is a section in the West Virginia Business Corporation Act, and the other is a section in the West Virginia Nonprofit Corporations Act. And it's a similar amendment to both sections. It's really sort of a reaction to COVID amendment. And what the bill will do is make it clear that it is permissible to have shareholders meetings, meetings of boards of directors, that sort of thing, by means of remote communication, subject to guidelines and procedures that are established by the organization's governing board of directors. So it's authorizing board meetings in which, or shareholders meetings in which the board members or shareholders participate through Teams platform or Zoom or one of these other platforms that have become available. And the bill is structured so that it is retroactive to March of last year. So it is validating the meetings that occurred in that basis during the COVID crisis. Mr. President, the retroactive date is March 1st, 2020. Be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2028, exempting veterinarians from the requirements of controlled substance monitoring. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2366, requiring agencies who have approved a proposed rule that affects fees or other special revenues to provide to the committee a fiscal note. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2427, authorizing the Department of Health and Human Resources to promulgate legislative rules. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment, although it is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill, changes from the introduced bill only one provision, and that is the substantiation piece, which is the portion of the DHHR rules that addresses how the substantiation of abuse and neglect will occur. And it provides now that the Bureau may consider an allegation against a person of abuse or neglect of a child to have been substantiated in either of the two following circumstances. One, or A, the allegation of abuse or neglect has been the subject of a petition under Chapter 49 of the Code that resulted in an adjudication finding that a person indeed neglected or abused a child. Or two, B, the Bureau, as a result of its own investigation, has determined that an allegation against a person has been substantiated, whether or not there was an adjudication. But if there's been no adjudication, then there are procedures that apply, and the amendment authorizes a person to write to the Bureau and inquire if the Bureau has included him or her in its records of persons against whom there's been a substantiated claim of abuse or neglect. The person has to give the Bureau's full name, address, social security number. The Bureau has to respond within 30 days and tell the person that it has no record of substantiation of a claim against him, or that there is a record. And if there's a record, the Bureau has to provide notice required under Section 5 of the rule, which is a notice that requires that the person has the right, when there's been no adjudication, to challenge the finding and have a hearing and have it be determined that the alleged maltreater, that there is a basis for substantiation of the record. I'd be happy to try to answer questions, and there is, Mr. President, I believe, an amendment to the amendment pending.
The clerk has an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the amendment to the amendment.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment to the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the amendment to the amendment does two things. First, it amends the Behavioral Health Center's licensure rule to require that a provider's employee, student, volunteer records contain documentation that the Child Abuse and Neglect Registry was checked to determine whether or not the employee, student, or volunteer was on the registry. Current language requires documentation of a criminal and protective services background check. The second part of the amendment to the amendment is it amends the Emergency Medical Services Rule by adding a new section designated as Section 13 relating to the National ET3, that's Emergency Triage, Treat, and Transport Program. And that sets forth the services provided, states that the program has a 5-year performance period, and states that any approved EMS agency is governed by the standards and criteria established by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in delivery of the ET3 or ET cubed. The T's stand for triage, treat, and transport services provided thereunder. Be happy to answer questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the amendment to the Judiciary Committee amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the amendment offered by the Senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
No, sir.
Is there further discussion on the amendment as amended? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Judiciary as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment as amended adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2529, prohibiting West Virginia institutions of higher education from discriminating against graduates of public, non-public, or homeschools by requiring them to submit to alternative testing. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Education moved to amend the bill on page 1.
Senator from Jefferson.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I was not prepared. Okay. The Committee of Education amended this bill to allow an institution to assess a student after the student has been fully admitted.
Senator from Jefferson requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill allows an institution to assess a student after the student has been fully admitted. It prohibits the state institutions from discriminating against graduates of private, non-public, or homeschools by requiring them to submit to alternative testing as a precondition for acceptance. And it prohibits institutions from rejecting a person with appropriate diploma or credentialing for admission to an institution of higher education solely because their secondary education was not accredited by the State Board of Education. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption on the amendment offered by the Committee on Education. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2633, creating the 2021 Farm Bill. Second reading of the bill.
Senator will be at ease for one moment. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2763, creating West Virginia Cyber Incident Reporting. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2763 requires agencies, constitutional officers, and entities across all three branches of state government to report certain defined cybersecurity incidents to the already existing Cybersecurity Office within the Office of Technology. The strike and insert amendment under consideration makes clarifying and technical changes throughout, but does not change the substance of the bill. I'll take questions, otherwise I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Government and Organization. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2765 relating to allowing emergency management and operations vehicles operated by airports to use red flashing warning lights. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Wetzel.
This is a strike and insert amendment that modifies an additional section of state code to implement the intent of the bill. The purpose of this bill is to allow emergency management and operations vehicles operated by airports to be equipped with and use red flashing warning lights in case of an emergency away from airport property. The amendment adopted by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee clarifies that emergency management and operation vehicles operated by airports are authorized emergency vehicles as defined in West Virginia Code 17C16 if the bill passes. This is important because authorized emergency vehicles have special privileges pursuant to the code to disregard traffic laws when responding to an emergency, such as being allowed to exceed speed limits when it can be done without endangering life or property. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2785 relating to public school enrollment for students from out of state. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Education moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee proposes to
The
amend
senator from Jefferson requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee proposes to amend the bill by striking out the provisions that would allow students to go directly into first grade without consideration of the developmental level. It adds a provision that allows a non-public kindergarten student entering public school to be placed in the program most appropriate for the child's developmental level. It clarifies that private, parochial, or church kindergarten programs recognized under subsection K of 1881 of this code is considered school attendance for purposes of this section, and it cleans up the language. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Education. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2791 relating to enrollment and costs of homeschooled or private school students at vocational schools. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2877, expand direct health care agreements beyond primary care to include more medical care services. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2906 relating to the school building authority's allocation of money. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2915 relating to public records management and preservation. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2916 creating the Semi-Quincentennial Commission for the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2916 creates a semi-quincentennial commission to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. The strike and insert amendment before the body simply makes stylistic and technical changes and has no substantive effect on the House committee substitute. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Government Organization. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2957 relating to the repeal of outdated code sections. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2958 relating to repealing outdated sections of state code. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3045 relating to firefighter disability claims. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 125, the budget bill. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 490, supplemental appropriation from general revenue to Department of Veterans Assistance. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule that requires the bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended and that the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 different days be suspended and that the bill be read a second and third time and put upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative. I declare the constitutional rules suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 490, supplemental appropriation from general revenue to Department of Veterans Assistance. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 490, supplemental appropriation from general revenue to Department of Veterans Assistance. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation creates a new line of appropriation within the Department of Veterans Assistance in the amount of $8,500,000. This appropriation would be funded from the unappropriated surplus balance of the general revenue. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the remaining bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 1, Education Accountability Amendment. First reading of the resolution.
The resolution will be advanced.
Engrossed House Joint Resolution 2, providing that courts have no authority or jurisdiction to intercede or intervene in or interfere with any impeachment proceedings of the House of Delegates or the Senate. First reading of the resolution.
The resolution will be advanced. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's no secret across our country that much of our media has been co-opted by left-wing ideology and some of it in right-wing ideology. And it's created an atmosphere to where sometimes it's difficult to discern the truth and what comes out as news or as a message or advertisement or just statements within media groups, because we've kind of lost the truth in reporting and went to the opinion in reporting. And at the national level, it's almost become a norm within social media, groups like, or Facebook, Twitter, CNN, and others that spin their message toward a way to move the public toward their ideology rather than just reporting the facts. And we have that here in West Virginia too. We have our left-wing media like Charleston Gazette and WSAZ, and like even some of our radio reporting going right and left. But there's something that came out yesterday that was fairly disturbing. It's not just an opinion, it's just straight up lies. So within the Finance Committee, we have passed a budget out that actually is about $80 million less in spending than what the governor produced for spending this year. And it's all very responsible reductions within that budget, which we'll get to present here very soon. We've also, through that committee, passed a bill on personal income tax reduction and to phase it down to possible elimination so that that would unburden anybody who lives, works, and invests in West Virginia, because that's who pays a personal income tax, in favor of consumption taxes that will spread that out amongst the tens of millions of people that pass through West Virginia instead of just the 800,000 who live, work, and invest here. Well, and that's upset some groups, because some of those groups that have no taxation whatsoever, so that if they could burden that part of the responsibility onto the people who live, work, and work here, even their own employees. The West Virginia Broadcasters Association has apparently just went along with that co-opting, because they've been paying for a message to put out, which soon they've got a cease and desist letter coming out there that says that the Senate, members in the Senate, and I have been taxing and spending to create the largest tax increase in the history of the state, which is a straight-up lie. Calling us tax and spend is laughable, except that putting a lie out there like that, and those lies, could actually result in killing policy that could benefit the people who live, work, and invest here in West Virginia. And it's all out of selfish interest, because those people currently pay no tax at all whatsoever from an exemption, and they do that by burdening people with the income tax. And it's no secret that the states that have eliminated their income tax have had accelerated growth rates in every metric that West Virginia now has the opportunity to do, no opportunity like ever before. And so I just, when I saw the ad, it comes out as a personal attack and also names the other people that associates it with here in our body. And it's just as disgusting to lie that blatantly to the people of West Virginia. And I just wanted to make sure that I called them out.
Further remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until Monday morning at 10 a.m., and I have an announcement.
Are there announcements?
Will not be able to rebuild their base budget. That will be for the enormous amount of expenditures that they've made this year trying to save lives, save our lives, save the lives of our constituents. So, Mr. Speaker, I really urge, and this money would also be taken out of the surplus, which apparently we're flush. There's plenty of money there. And I think that it would be the honorable thing to do to put these people who have worked so hard for us back to where they were in 2016. And I reserve the right to close, and I would request a roll call vote.
The gentleman from the 64th Thurgood Household is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I rise to oppose this amendment, not because I don't appreciate and recognize the incredible work done by our local county health departments and officials, but because the federal government has recognized them in such a significant way in the form of stimulus and aid payments to the counties. In fact, many of you have seen the American Rescue Act. Here's something that Senator Joe Manchin put out, West Virginia funding in the COVID bill. So the most recent stimulus package alone allocates $348 million to the 55 counties. I noticed Morgantown was getting close to around $10.6 million. And I believe that this additional funding would be a nearly unnoticeable drop in the bucket compared to what the federal government is able to provide. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I urge rejection.
The gentleman number 34, Thurgood Boggs, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment, and I don't deny that there certainly has been quite a bit of CARES Act money that has been sent to the health departments for reimbursements. But this CARES Act money, or whether you love what came before or whether you love whatever's coming now, I think the most recent round of federal money, I don't think the rules have actually been implemented yet, or even Treasury hasn't even let everyone know what's going to be what can be used for and what it can't be used for until sometime later this month. So, but I do know one thing with the health departments. They've been underfunded for years. And then when we needed them the most, when the pandemic first hit, they had basically one arm tied behind their back, understaffed, underfunded in most cases, and they were our front line of defense. Now, as things have progressed and vaccines have become more available, and now that there's more people helping fill the gap, that's great, but they're still our front line of defense, especially for those folks that are the most vulnerable. So I would hope that we would look at this not just because of what they have received here recently, or what they might be receiving in this next round of federal money, but let's look ahead. We don't know what's around the corner. We don't know what storm clouds, maybe public health storm clouds, may be on the horizon. And we don't know that there'll ever be more federal funding coming like it has flowed for the last couple years, year and a half. So I think to be proactive and erring on the side of caution for public health, I think it's a good amendment. It puts it in the surplus section. And I certainly support this amendment, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman of Finance yield? I have talked to my health department at times, and they have asked for increased funding as well. Once we allowed them to start billing, which they weren't allowed to do, that did bring that up where they needed less than they had requested. How many health departments have come to you during this budget cycle and told you, I mean, I heard the lady from the 51st say that they were woefully unprepared. I did not find that in my district. I found my health department to be stellar, very well prepared. But how many health departments have come to you and asked for funding?
0.
Did they send a lobbyist on their behalf to ask you for funding?
They did not.
Okay. I will, thank you. I just want to speak to the amendment. While I do think that this is something that we need to look at in the future, the COVID situation has actually allowed, through the CARE dollars, my health department to receive a $1.5 million grant for a brand new facility. So I urge your health departments to look into those options as well.
Lady from the 51st to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to offer this amendment. The people at our health department, when I said they were woefully underprepared, I didn't mean to suggest that they didn't do a stellar job. They had half of the employees that they used to have, and they were confronting something that they knew was a risk, but we didn't. We did not understand how many West Virginians could die. They did. They have always known that we were at risk for not just this kind of a pandemic, but other kinds of risks that are out there that could multiply. I don't think any of us could have imagined how many people would die in our country, how many people would die in our state, and they had half of the employees that they used to have 5 years ago. And they had to do what they've been trained to do, which was do contact tracing, do testing, do sanitation, go to our nursing homes and try to help them manage, because they didn't realize what they were confronting. I mean, these people had a really, really rough year. And we need, and they lost half of their employees over time, but during this pandemic, they're going to lose a whole lot more. The Raleigh County head of the local public health retired. Many of the people in the local public health workforce are eligible for retirement. You don't think after this year of working overtime every weekend for weeks and weeks on end, they're not going to say, it's my turn to take a rest when this is over? I think the honorable thing to do is to restore them to where they were. We all know this CARES money is temporary, and it's nice that maybe they probably deserved a new building a long, long time ago, but this money is not going to last. And this is something that we need to be ready for the next thing like this. We need this. In addition to all the stuff they probably couldn't get around to doing that they regularly do, like inspecting restaurants and making sure the Coliseum is clean and sanitized and all those other things that I know they do now, because I've gotten to know the people in my local public health so much better, volunteering at testing sites. These people, they really worked their butts off in the last year. And I think this isn't a lot of money. Putting in the surplus is a way to ensure that we start back on the road to doing the right thing. And I think if we don't do this, it's a slap in the face to those people who tried to save our lives and saved so many lives. So I urge adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on adoption of the amendment as explained by the lady from the 51st. A roll call vote was demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 23 ayes, 74 nays, and 3 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. The clerk will please report the next amendment.
Doggett Rowe moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Rowe et al. 4-1, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 36th, Doggett Rowe, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like us to actually go to reform the amendment to be 331 number 1 revised, which is in the system, I think.
It is in the system?
Yes, sir.
Are there objections to that reformation being made? There are no objections. The amendment will be so reformed.
Thank you, sir. This is a very simple amendment. This does what we were talking about doing with Marshall and WVU, only it's $190,000. It goes to the back of the budget. What's it for? Very simply, Marshall University has started what's called the Minority Health Institute. Now, what it really is comprised of is in the Bureau of Public Health, the chair of the department, Dr. Anthony Wart. He has his PhD from Boston University, and he's a full professor. He's a full-time professor, but he has an assistant who is a social worker, and she has been working on a number of projects to improve the health of minorities and low-income people. And you say, well, what's the problem? Well, I think it's reported widely in the national media and also here in West Virginia that African Americans and other folks, and particularly low-income people, have higher incidence of diabetes, high blood pressure, strokes, and of course they had a greater susceptibility to COVID. So what the Institute is doing is that it's trying to coordinate with other local health departments. They've done fairs, health fairs, and Dr. Wart would like to have at least one African American student in his graduate program. Right now he has none. And the $190,000, by the way, the university takes about 30% for expenses, so they'll be able to cover their expenses to the university, which is a good thing for both university and the Institute. But that would leave $133,000 for scholarships or other activities. Now, they have been supported by the Henderson Minority Office with grants from the office and grants from the governor's office. And the COVID Minority Health Task Force is a part of the Henderson office, and they've been working with them. The scholarships would be pretty simple. It's about $12,000 a year for an in-state student for graduate school in public health, and they would be able to focus on minority issues, of course, if they choose. For out-of-state students, it'd be about $24,000 a year. Now, it really fits hand-to-glove to the HISTA program, and I think we've had some bills about HISTA, but a student in HISTA would be an African-American or other minority student or low-income student who's been educated through health sciences all the way up. This would just extend that another 2 years. So how many would we get? They could have 3 West Virginia students for 2 years, and it would be covered by this single appropriation. And it certainly would lift up the program. It would give the program greater visibility. It would secure the program in the university. It is a new program, and it doesn't have its own building or anything fancy. It's just Dr. Wart and his the coordinator of the Minority Institute's affairs. So I would urge the members to approve this. You say, now, how are you paying for this? Okay, it is in the surplus, and it would be paid only after Marshall had gotten its $10,000 out of surplus. So we don't need a specific funding mechanism for it, as I understand it. That the $190,000 after the $10,000 is paid to Marshall, $190,000 out of surplus would be paid for the Institute to the university. So I strongly support this. I think that it's a good initiative. It's something to get us going and get us started in this direction. We need to be doing something about the improvement of minority health and low-income people. So I'd urge the members to approve the amendment.
The question is on the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 36th. The gentleman from the 64th, Doggett Householder, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, a similar amendment was made in committee, and it was rejected in committee on Monday evening. No one from Marshall University has approached me to expand the budget with this new program prior to the meeting, and for that matter, in the days since. And I believe if this is a priority, the school can direct resources it already has to address the need. And additionally, Marshall University can make a formal request to be included in the budget like every other agency does in the normal budget cycle. For those reasons, I urge rejection.
The question is on the amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from the 37th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend my colleague from Kanawha for offering this amendment, both in committee and here on the floor of the House. And Mr. Speaker, I believe we had a discussion before the session started about this woefully underfunded office in Marshall University and how the need for the funding was just even more illustrated through the current public health crisis that we're in. And it really shed a light on some of the health disparities we have going on in this state. I think we're talking about what, $190,000 out of the surplus. I can assure you it'll be money well spent, especially right now. It's a shame that it hasn't been funded to its full extent thus far. You know, back before most of us were here, when they created, I believe the legislation, or the year that they created the Herbert Henderson office, they were tasked with looking into improving the outcomes for minorities in this state in several areas: economic development, in education, criminal justice reform, and also on health. And it really, it was passed, and you know, there's plenty of blame to go around on both sides of the aisle, but it's largely been ignored over the years. And unfortunately, we get in this pandemic and we see that there are groups that have been more greatly affected by this health crisis. And I think this could address that. This is really the least that we could do. It's a small amount to make sure. We were trying to find where the line item was for this, this office that was created. We've had bills that address the issue. We couldn't get any of the, over the years, we've never been able to get these bills on an agenda, unfortunately. And we found that really what we needed to do was not necessarily new legislation, just fund what we have. So I think this is actually the conservative approach to it. We don't need to create something new. We have something that works pretty well. We just need to prioritize it and put money towards it so they're able to actually help people and to let us know how we can better help people. So I strongly urge support of my friend's amendment.
The gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Hornbuckle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I would also like to stand in strong support of my good friend from the 36th, who has worked on this issue for a very, very long time. So the other gentleman from Kanawha gave you a brief rundown. I just want to dig a little bit deeper into that so that the body is fully aware and educated on this issue. Through the good works of some of the members in here, and also Dr. Gupta, who was a huge champion for this office, it started around 2014. All right, we had seen a lot of different disparities, multiple reports and research that supported the creation of this office. But it's two things that we're dealing with here right now. That was the creation of the West Virginia Office of Minority Health. It was ignored and not funded and had inaction for several years. So in 2018 is when it moved to the campus of Marshall University to be combined with the Marshall Institute of Health. It is at this point that we strongly, strongly, strongly need funding. So I also want to just tell you about their mission. The mission of the West Virginia Office of Minority Health is to improve and protect the health and well-being of racial, ethnic minorities, the development of programs, policies, and practices to eliminate health disparities. Currently, right now, Black West Virginians die of cancer, diabetes, heart disease at higher rates than their counterparts. 1 in 3 blacks have lived in poverty, almost 2 times the 17% of their white counterparts. 3.6% of the West Virginia population accounted for more than 7% of the state cases when it came to COVID. Less than 2% of our state's population are Hispanic, and they account for more than 8% of those cases. The purpose of this office, the purpose is to serve a resource and collaborative partner to community organizations, healthcare providers, government agencies in efforts to decrease morbidity and mortality in minority populations. So this includes a lot of the FHQs that we all have in our communities, the Valley Health. It includes DHHR to work in collaboration with them. But it also allows them to work with all of our hospitals to provide better health care, such as Boone Memorial, City Hospital in Martinsburg, CAMC, Camden Clark, Fairmont Regional, Rome General, Pleasant Valley, Ruby Memorial, and the Wheeling Hospital. So this is far more reaching than just this office. And finally, I would like to share of how they coordinate. This office coordinates statewide efforts to reduce health inequity for vulnerable populations as defined by race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, geography, age, disability status, and among other populations identified to be at risk for health disparities. As the other gentleman pointed out, low income, it's also about another set group. It's not just blacks, it's not just Hispanics, but it's also about poor whites. And that's what this office is striving to do. In 2018, there was a report from the CDC. It measured 67,148 census tracts in our country. Of the 40 lowest health tracts in America, 5 of them were in West Virginia. Hinton, Salem, Charleston, Huntington, and Logan. Logan was the second lowest in the country when it came to life expectancy at 56.9. So ladies and gentlemen, think about what we're doing here. This is far more than just minorities and a sense of color. It's about us. It's about us. And earlier today, we just had a measure that was voted down. And I understand that. On the notion of it was going to take money from Medicaid, we thought, and protect our most vulnerable. We had a lot of red because it was wanting to protect our most vulnerable. We have to understand that more than just seniors, more than just youth, through the statistics that are supported by our universities, DHHR reports, minorities are a vulnerable population too. Minorities are a vulnerable population too when it comes to health disparities. So in the interest of being consistent and making sure that we protect our most vulnerable people, I would urge adoption of this amendment. Thank you.
Is there additional debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I should have started my remarks by saying that our budget, the budget that's before us, protects higher education generally, and that's very important. And it protects it by using the surplus. This would be using the surplus. It's only, it's only $190,000. I was afraid to go with the high number. But what does this do? This is enough money to secure the office's presence at the university, because they expect 30% from any funding or grants or appropriations for administrative expenses. That's $57,000. That leaves $133,000. You can have Dr. Wart can have 1, 2, or 3 graduate students who are not suffering from the barrier that tuition poses for them. $24,000 in tuition only is a lot of money, and they have to, of course, come up with their own board. But it's a lot of money. The office does a lot of work, and please understand that they really are just getting started. And I talked at length with Madonna Dean, who is the social worker who runs the program, is the program coordinator. She works with Dr. Wart, and really it's their activity alone that's pursuing and continuing this minority, the improvement in the health of minorities and low-income people. HISTA, Health Science Training students would definitely benefit from this program. It would also get us more people involved in public health. So I urge the members to approve this. It doesn't upset the budget. By comparison, it's a very small amount, but it would secure this program at Marshall University. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will please say aye. A roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment, just explained by the gentleman from the 36th. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 23 ayes, 74 nays, and 3 members absent are not voting. Less than a majority in the affirmative, the chair declares the amendment lost. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Doggett Pushkin et al. Move to amend the bill. This is HFA Pushkin et al., 4-1, number 1.
The gentleman from the 37th to explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, looking at some of the roll calls today on previous amendments, I see it's largely gone down along party lines, give or take a few of our friends on the other side that we do appreciate. I can just say this amendment, I hope, is different. Generally, when we're talking about addressing the drug epidemic in the state, the disease itself knows no political boundaries, and we've dropped the boundaries between either side of the aisle when we've addressed this issue. One of the most bipartisan committees that we have here, to its credit and to the credit of the chair from the 8th, is our Select Committee for the Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse. Now, the Jobs and Hope, what this amendment does is it restores the line item that's housed in the DHHR for the Jobs and Hope program, a program that was just created just a few short years ago. It's been actually up and running just for less than 2 years. I had the honor of serving on the subcommittee that was chaired by my other friend from Kanawha, the chairman of Judiciary, that helped flesh out this program after we were given the idea from the governor. It was originally called Jim's Dream. It became Jobs and Hope. It's working very well. I know you get a lot of stuff on your desk, but this morning you should have received this little 2-page handout that tells you what this program has been doing around the state and how successful it has been. Now, what we're going to hear, I believe, is that the money is somewhere else. I think I'm trying to prevent a mistake from being made here, because what's unique about this program and a bit confusing about it is that actually it's housed in a couple different departments. It's part of the Department of Education. It's also under the DHHR. When you zero out what we're zeroing out here is their operational budget. We're zeroing out that line item. You're going to be told that there's money in the Department of Ed. That's actually, a lot of that money is going for communities and schools, which is also a very good program that's headed by our First Lady, Ms. Justice. But the money, what I'm afraid of, if we cut their line item out of the DHHR, which is their operational budget, that they're going to have to come back here year after year begging for money when we have a proven winner here. So I reserve the right to close, ask for the yeas and nays, and I hope you'll really consider what we're doing here.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman from 64th, Thurgood Household, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. Careful consideration was given to the reduction before we included it in this budget. This line was chosen because the Jobs and Hope Vocational Division is in the State Board of Education, not DHHR, okay? And this program has reappropriated dollars in excess of $4.8 million. Then that money can be used to continue the program into the next year without reducing any services. So there's 3 months left in this fiscal year. They would have to spend $1.7 million in the next 3 months, and they haven't spent anything in the last year. There's $4.8 million that's going to be reappropriated and carried forward to the next fiscal year, to the 2022 budget. And this surplus appropriation is just simply unnecessary, and for those reasons, I urge rejection.
The question is on adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, the gentleman from the 37th to close debate on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I might have misspoke about where exactly that money was housed, I can tell you that what the proposed budget before us does, it zeroes out their operational budget. And it will create a situation where a proven winner, how often is it that you get to come in here and speak for a proven winner that we helped create here in the legislature? I remember being at an event somewhere, and a gentleman came up to me and he was telling me he just got a job actually as a union laborer. He was getting job training. He was working full time, getting benefits. This guy had spent most of his adult life in one of our correctional facilities. And now through this program that we helped create, He was now gainfully employed, required absolutely no assistance from the state, and it was all because of this program. I know we all value this program, but I think what we're doing is zeroing out their operational budget. That's what I've been told. The money that you're seeing there is money that goes into community and schools. So I would rather err on the side of caution, make sure that this proven winner doesn't have to come back here time and time again begging for money and trying to reprove themselves. They're working. They are working. And actually, on this handout, so they currently, in just less than a couple years, they have over 2,000 program participants. Many of those participants were out here on the north side of the Capitol while we were on recess. Unfortunately, they're not allowed to come into their Capitol right now, but they were here rallying over this slash to their budget in this budget before us. And I think the folks over there are a little bit more aware of where their money is coming from. And they're concerned, and that's why they felt the need to rally on the north side of this building while we were in here having a quick lunch. So I would really beg the body to strongly consider this, put this surplus, if it's there, could go into keeping this program up and running so they don't have to come back here time and time again. And I just want to direct your attention to this on this side of the handout, where it came to us from folks in Berkeley County talking about a participant that was referred to Jobs and Hope as a Berkeley County Day Report client. As a participant, he worked to have his driver's license reinstated, completed OSHA training through Blue Ridge Community and Technical College, received assistance with needed dental services, and is now employed full-time at the rate of $18.50 per hour. And he was hired by the company to build the new Day Report building that he came into the program through. How often is it that you get success stories like that? But this is something that we helped create. I think we should err on the side of caution and make sure that the program continues to be up and running without having to come here with their hands out every year. Let's preserve their line item for their operational budget.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. A roll call vote on the amendment was demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 22 ayes, 73 noes, and 5 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further amendments? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee Substitute House Bill 2022, Budget Bill making appropriations of public money out of the Treasury in accordance with Section 51, Article 6 of the Constitution.
For what purpose does the gentleman of 16th Douglas Mann seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. My vote on Roll 421 recorded in the green, and it should have been an absolute negative no, and I would like to change that, please.
The gentleman will file a card with the clerk.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Clerk has read the bill a third time. Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 64 to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, before us on the delegate console is the committee substitute for House Bill 2022. Now, for our new members and returning members, the budget bill is divided up into 19 sections as indicated on page 6. Within each sections are item numbers. For example, Section 1, Appropriations from General Revenue on page 7, you will see the first item, item number 1, Senate. And I will be presenting you with information on the improvements and or reductions to this budget from items number 1 through 395. At the end of this budget presentation, if you have any questions, please refer to the item number and not the page number when asking your questions. Let's begin. The governor's official fiscal year 22 revenue estimate was $4,569,616,000. However, this legislative body took action and passed House Bill 3300, Personal Income Tax Reform, in the amount of $75 million. House Bill 2499, Small Arms and Ammo Sales Tax Exemption, in the amount of $1,400,000. and Senate Bill 305, aircraft maintenance tax exemption, in the amount of $600,000. These three bills totaled $77 million, which leaves us with an unofficial general revenue estimate of $4,492,616,000, which is $77 million less than the governor's fiscal year 22 revenue estimate. Now, what cuts were made to the governor's introduced budget? They are as follows. Supreme Court, $406,000. The governor's civil contingent fund, $19,500,000. The auditor's office, $420,000. Department of Tourism, $7 million. Department of Economic Development, $7,750,000. Department of Education, $830,000. Jobs and Hope Vocational, $3,100,000. Division of Health, $200,000. Medicaid Balancing, $2,500,000. Mark Train, $2,800,000. Veterans Assistance, $7 million. Senior Services, $500,000. WVU, $18 million. Marshall University, $10 million. And general revenue claims against the state of $164,992. Total reductions in House Bill 2022 are $80,170,992. So what are the improvements to the governor's introduced budget? They are as follows. The net change to the state aid to schools, $2,629,426. Energy audits from House Bill 2667, $60,000. The Office of Tax Appeals, House Bill 2496, $475,939. Total improvements in House Bill 2022 are $3,165,365. The total general revenue spend for House Bill 2022 is $4,492,610,373 and is as follows. Total spend for items number 1, 2, and 3, the legislative branch, is $25,596,694. It includes $1 million for the Office of Regulatory and Fiscal Affairs and Joint Expenses. Total spend for item number 4, the judicial branch, is $138,963,000. We had a reduction of $406,000, of which $376,000 were for the current expenses and $30,000 were for repairs and alterations. Total spend for items number 5 through 7, the executive branch, is $10,382,437. We had a total reduction of $19,500,000 in item number 7, which are as follows: $17,500,000 for the Milton flood wall and $2 million for the Public Health Emergency Response Fund. Total spend for item number 8, the auditor's office, is $2,403,095. We had a reduction of $420,000 from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for item number 9, the treasurer's office, is $3,435,352, no change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for items number 10 through 14, Department of Agriculture, is $24,435,790, no change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for item number 15, Attorney General, is $4,953,457, no change from the governor's introduced budget. However, $2.5 million was transferred out of the Consumer Protection Recovery Fund and is directed to Medicaid. Total spend for items number 16 and 17, Secretary of State, $965,102, no change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for items number 18 through 31, Department of Administration, is $105,046,116, no change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for items number 32 through 40, Department of Commerce, is $61,599,955. No change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for item number 41, Department of Tourism, a newly created agency previously housed in Commerce, is $7 million, with an additional $7 million for tourism brand promotion in the general revenue surplus section under item number 388, page 192. Total spend for item number 42 and 43, Department of Economic Development, another newly created agency previously housed in Commerce, is $13,583,975. We had a reduction of $7,750,000 to item number 42 and an increase of $60,000 to item number 43 due to the passage of House Bill 2667. Total spend for items number 44 through 49, Department of Education, is $1,954,299,328. We had a reduction of $80,000 due to an improvement from fiscal year 21 intended to be one time. Also, we had a reduction of $3,100,000 for the Jobs and Hope vocational, and we had an increase of $2,629,426 due to the school aid formula because of a decrease in the property tax valuations in the local share. Total spend for items number 50 through 52, Department of Arts, Culture, and History, is $10,746,862. No change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for items number 53 through 55, Department of Environmental Protection, is $6,688,015. No change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for items number 56 through 61, Department of Health and Human Resources, is $1,183,392,733. The budget maintains the improvement to the foster care and child protective services that were enacted last year. There is full funding for all Medicaid programs, including the IDD and aged and disabled waiver programs, and enabling the DHHR to run programs without wait list. Medicaid program is projected to end fiscal year 22 with a $210 million reserve balance. Fiscal year 22 budget includes enhanced funding for adult group homes, mental health group homes, and forensic group home facilities. Total spend for item number 62 through 72, Department of Homeland Security, is $428,102,998. No change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for item number 73 through 77, Department of Revenue, is $31,843,176. No change from the governor's introduced budget. Total spend for items number 78 through 80, Department of Transportation, is $5,204,000. We had a reduction of $2,800,000 in item number 78, State Rail Authority Commuter Rail Access Fund, known as the MARC train. Total spend for items number 81 and 82, Department of Veterans Assistance, is $12,011,949. We had a reduction of $7 million on line 8 of item number 81, labeled Buildings. This reduction is included in the general revenue surplus section in the back of the budget on page 192, item number 386, Department of Veterans Assistance. Total spend for item number 83, Bureau of Senior Services, is $29,950,955. Senior Services Medicaid is fully funded. Total spend for item number 84 through 93, the West Virginia Council for Community and Technical College, is $79,923,657. All community and technical college appropriations remain unchanged from fiscal year 21 general revenue appropriations. Total spend for items number 94 through 107, Higher Education Policy Commission, is $329,979,676. We have two reductions. The first reduction is in item number 96, line 1, West Virginia University, in the amount of $18 million. The second reduction is in item number 98, line 1, Marshall University, in the amount of $10,000, and both were moved to the surplus section. All other HEPC appropriations remain unchanged from fiscal 21 general revenue appropriations. Total spend for items number 108 through 109, miscellaneous boards of commissions, is $17,792,043. No changes to the governor's introduced budget. Now, this concludes the Section 1 general revenue with a total spend of $4,492,610,373. Section 2, appropriations from State Road Fund. Total spend for items number 110 through 112, Department of Transportation, is $1,432,015,630. We also defunded Courtesy Patrol and moved that amount of money over to maintenance line item. Section 3, appropriations from other funds, special revenue. Total of spending authorities for items 113 through 292 is $1,500,822,282. Special revenue appropriations in this section represent spending authority for collections made by state agencies from fees, assessments, and special taxes as authorized in state code. Section 4, appropriations from lottery net profits. Total spend for items number 293 through 305 is $125,433,000, and that would include traditional lottery products such as scratch-offs, Powerball, and Keno. Section 5, appropriations from State Excess Lottery Revenue Fund. Total spend for those items, 306 through 323, is $290,257,000, and that usually includes LVL, casino gaming, slots and table, and sports betting. Section 6, appropriations of federal funds. Total spend for items number 324 through 374 is $6,060,676,916. Section 7, appropriations from federal block grants. Total spends for items number 375 through 385 is $556,005,521. Section 8, awards for claims against the state. Total appropriated for fiscal year 22 in the amount specified, general revenue funds in the amount of $4,310,008. Special revenue funds in the amount of $68,539, and state road funds in the amount of $621,765 for payment of claims against the state. Section 9, appropriations from general revenue surplus. It is the intent and mandate of the legislature that the following appropriations be payable only from the surplus as of July 31st, 2021, from the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, the current fiscal year. If surplus funds are available as of the date mandated to meet the appropriation in this section, and shall be allocated first to provide the necessary funds to meet the first appropriation of this section and each subsequent appropriation in the order listed in this section. Items number 386 through 391. The first one, item number 386, Department of Veterans Assistance, $7 million. Item number 387, Milton Flood Wall, $17,500,000. Item number 388, Tourism Brand Promotion, $7 million. Item number 390, Marshall University, $10 million. Item number 391, West Virginia University, $18 million. Total general revenue surplus section is $59.5 million. Section 10, appropriated from lottery net profit surplus accrued. Total spend for item number 392 is $16,750,000. Section 11, appropriations from state excess lottery revenue surplus accrued. Total spend for items number 393 through 394 is $17,800,000. Section 12 and through 19, no changes. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this is your budget, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from 34th, Douglas Boggs, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will distinguished Finance Chairman yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your hard work on this, and especially you and the Vice Chair, and especially your hardworking staff, because I know they've devoted a lot of time that behind the scenes that no one will ever know about, but they extremely hardworking, and we're all appreciative. I have a couple questions. First of all, and I should have asked this up in committee, and it was probably explained. It's very small in the terms of the budget, but you mentioned there's a $200,000 cut to the Division of Health. Could you tell me where that was? What is that?
It was one-time money that was done 2 years ago. It was for the Potomac Center in Romney, and it has been carried over the last 2 years. It was a one-time appropriation.
Okay, so it was just in there in error?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, we had a discussion previously about the surplus, and obviously you're pretty confident that we're going to have a relatively large surplus this year.
I am.
Okay. And I think, and I am too, and I think that's one of the reasons that we felt comfortable on the minority side with supporting the WVU and Marshall being moved to the front of the budget, simply because I don't think there's a single bill that has gone through that I'm aware of that has dealt with Medicaid that I haven't asked the question, is this going to affect anything for our waiver programs, anything for our seniors, anything about reimbursements to our doctors and hospitals and health care? And thus far, we've passed nothing in committee that has impeded those missions in any way.
And the gentleman's correct, and they all are fully funded, like
Okay.
I mentioned.
And had we even passed the amendment with higher ed, they still would have been untouched, because feeling good about that surplus, they still would have, whether it had been Medicaid or whether it had been this, it would have all been funded.
It's just not common practice to fill the back of the budget, the general revenue surplus section, with Medicaid dollars in case something were to go awry.
It's not, it wouldn't be the first time that it had happened, though.
I guess you could take all $284 million out of this, or $300-some million, and put it in the surplus section, and then we all could have a feeding frenzy of all the pet projects and programs we would like. We would be taking a huge risk.
Well, you know, and nobody, no one was advocating, you know, something that extreme. So, so we know that the IDD and AD waivers, which are near and dear to me, and I think everyone in here, fully funded.
Gentleman's correct.
Okay, and were there any other bills besides the courtesy patrol that moved money into road maintenance?
None that I'm aware of right now.
So that's an
some of the supplemental appropriations.
the supplemental, aside from the supplementals.
Aside from the supplementals,
Okay.
no other.
Can you point me to the area in the budget where we put money in broadband?
There is no area in broadband. We did not put any money in the budget for broadband.
Do you know if the governor has any plans to put any money, or the Senate has any plans to put money into broadband?
I think the current, or the latest round of CARES Act money, $1.3 billion, that can be used for infrastructure and broadband, and I think that's the intentions.
Okay.
And obviously, we now, with the passage of House Bill 2014, we as this body will be able to make those decisions and direct that money how we see fit.
And I know that we're not at that juncture yet. Obviously, I would love to, and I'm sure everybody in here would love to see some meaningful money for broadband in the budget.
Right.
Especially coming from an area that's not only unserved but underserved. That, and I'm sure I speak for a lot of people in here that's in the same boat. But we are in a position to where we can start actually making some progress, hopefully immediately, with CARES money or with the new money coming from the federal government to make some meaningful strides in this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now remember, to the gentleman, we gave up $150 million of that control, but the other $1,150 million this legislative body is going to have a say in how it's spent.
Okay, and I certainly hope that of that, we devote a sizable portion to actually meeting those unserved and underserved needs all over West Virginia.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate it. Speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman's recognized.
First of all, I want to thank the chairman, the vice chairman, and again the finance staff. And I want to thank our members in the minority, because I think that there was lots and lots of amendments that all of us would like to have offered, but having been in the majority at one time and having sat in the chairman's seat at one time, I know that once the bill gets to the floor, it very seldom is amended. So I recognize that, and we tried to be judicious in the ones that we did offer, because to make sure that they were respectful of everyone's time, but also meaningful and not shortchanging the responsibility that we all have to be here, not just because it's a Friday, but because there's things that need to be offered that we feel strongly about, and I think we all do. So having said that, at this point, I certainly supported the budget coming out of committee. It's not everything that I would like, but I think that certainly I believe the budget is worthy of my support, leaving this body, even though that it's not perfect. There has never been a perfect budget that I'm aware of. I'm concerned about what's across the hallway, and when we get the final version, my opinion may change. I certainly have concerns with our priorities over higher education. I'm thankful that we did not cut the small regional institutions. I do agree with my colleagues in the minority that I think it sends a message of concern when people see our two largest institutions of higher education placed in the back of the budget in the surplus section, even though we're confident that they will be funded. But those are our two largest economic development engines in the state. And I hope that when we have a final budget, that that's something that will be rectified, and we can show our citizens not only that our regional institutions are not going to be cut, but we won't be doing that with our large universities as well. I am, again, I don't want to belabor the point. There's lots of things that I think each and every one of us would like to see in the budget. Some things make it, some things don't. I'm always concerned about who we hurt and who we help. And I think we all need to be cognizant of that, because this certainly isn't the last chop that we're going to have at the budget. It's going to be coming back at some point, in some form. But inevitably, in every budget, we do hurt people and we do help people. But, and maybe it's just because it shouldn't be, but you know, this is Good Friday. And I know that has a great deal of significance to people all over the world. And it has a great significance to me. And Easter Sunday has even more significance to me. That has nothing to do with the budget, but it has everything to do with my concerns over who we hurt and who we help. I want to make sure that those that are in the most need, are the most vulnerable, and are the most at risk are always helped. We've all been blessed. We've all had problems, but we've all been blessed. And as we go forward in this budget process after today's over, and we reflect on this Easter weekend, when we come back next week, let's make sure that when we have the final version, that we don't leave here, that we don't leave this Capitol before we have searched our hearts to make sure that we haven't inadvertently hurt people that desperately and truly need our help. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The gentleman from 36, Douglas Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman would answer some questions for us.
Sure.
Well, first of all, I would say that the budget is remarkable. It does protect a lot of very important programs, and I appreciate it. I'm getting a lot of calls from folks concerning the Senate's action on the Educational Broadcasting Authority, and I just want, it's my understanding that we, in our budget here, it's protected and at the amount of appropriation last year. Is that correct, sir?
Gentleman is correct, yes.
All right, and so, and including Mountain Stage in particular.
Gentleman's correct.
Are there multiple funding sources for libraries, and did we maintain their appropriations?
The Library Commission, I believe, is in lottery.
The Library Commission, I believe, is in lottery, and it was no change.
All right, thank you, sir. And then I noticed in the arts budget that it looks like the Humanities Council was appropriated $250,000, which I think is last year's amount. Is that correct?
As far as the Department of Arts, Culture, and History, there was no change with the governor's introduced budget. It was $10,786,000 or $746,862.
And that specifically would include fairs and festivals, so we would expect all of those appropriations to match last year's pretty much.
Fairs and festival sections are listed there. You can just check to see if your fairs and festivals were funded.
Okay. You mean the individual ones? Because
yes,
there's quite a long list. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. I do notice that the Senate budget on health right free clinics on page 46 of our budget, they added, it looks like they added $500,000. Is that, we followed apparently the governor's recommendation, correct?
We did, and we could take their improvement. If they've made an improvement, we could take their improvement.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir, very much.
Gentleman number 30th, Douglas Bates is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And very quickly, we've not been treated real well by our colleagues down the hall. And they have taken positions that are opposed to the position of the posture of the House on several issues to this point. And I support the chairman and his budget, the House's budget, and ask that the body do so and that we defend our priorities and that position as we move forward in our negotiations with the Senate. So to the chairman, thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? Gentleman number 26, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Gentleman Wright, yield.
Yes.
Just a quick question. I'd received a couple of concerns from our director of our senior citizens programs in McDowell on the feeding programs. Are there any cuts that we would make?
There's no cuts. Everything's fully funded.
Thank you, sir, very much.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 83 ayes, 14 noes, and 3 members absent or not voting. Majority of members voting in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2022, budget bill making appropriations of public money out of the Treasury in accordance with Section 51, Article 6 of the Constitution.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 94 ayes, 3 noes, and 3 members absent or not voting. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleagues, Delegate Higginbotham, Thompson, and Westfall.
Are there objections to leaves being granted? There are no objections. Leaves of absence shall be granted. Introductions. Miscellaneous business. If none, then lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Monday, April 5th.
Question is subject to announcements on the motion that the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Monday. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 Monday, April 5th in House Education.
Are there further announcements? Gentleman, 32nd, Douglas Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Judiciary will meet Monday morning at 9:30 or immediately following the public hearing. Speaking of public hearing, we will not meet this afternoon. Speaking of public hearings, there will be a virtual public hearing on Senate Bill 565 related generally to elections. It will be a Teams platform this Monday, April 5, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Anyone who wishes to register to speak during the public hearing, please call the House Judiciary Committee room today between now and 2 p.m. Requests to speak during the hearing will not be recognized after 2 p.m. The House Judiciary phone number is 304-340-3252. You will need to provide name, email address, the entity you represent, whether you support or oppose the legislation, and a phone number. The link for the hearing will be posted on the House Committee on the Judiciary Legislative webpage prior to 8 a.m. Monday, April 5. Secondly, there will be a virtual public hearing related to Article 5 Convention of States. Number 1, HCR 5, to provide an Article 5 convention in order to propose an amendment to the U.S. Constitution where 3/5 of the states could overturn a federal law. Number 2, HCR 29, applying to the Congress of the United States to call a convention of states. Number 3, SB 332, providing procedure for West Virginia to select delegates to Article 5 convention. It will be a Teams platform Monday, April 5, 2021, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Anyone who wishes to register to speak, it'll be 9 a.m. until concluded, no later than 10 a.m. Anyone who wishes to speak to register should register for the public hearing by calling the House Judiciary Committee today between now and today between the hours of 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Requests to speak during the hearing will not be recognized after 4 p.m. The House Judiciary number is 304-340-3252. Information needed: name, email address, entity you represent, whether you support or oppose the legislation, and a phone number. The link for the hearing will be posted on the House Committee on Judiciary Legislature webpage prior to 9 a.m. on Monday, April 5, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 27th, Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet on Monday at 1 p.m. in the committee room. Agenda will be posted.
The gentleman 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet at 1 p.m. on Monday in the House Chamber. 1 p.m. on Monday.
Are there further announcements today? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. Monday. Those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We are adjourned until 11 a.m. Monday.
Hello, everyone. It's Good Friday. What a blessed holy day for all of us, or